Hello, and welcome to Players and Creators. I am the DM. Very quickly, and happy holidays, happy Hanukkah. If you celebrate Christmas, if you're going to be celebrating Kwanzaa, all of that good stuff. We hope whatever you celebrate, you have a good one. As you can see, I am in my Christmas garb, and in a moment you'll see everybody else's kind of Christmassy or holiday theming. But just want to get through some quick announcements very quickly, and then we'll go from there. So first off, I just want to remind everybody that there will be no D&D session next week or the following week, because next week is Christmas Eve. Thursday is Christmas Eve, and then the following Thursday is New Year's Eve. But that does not mean that we won't be streaming. We will actually be streaming on both of those days at the same time, 7:30. We will be streaming a Magic the Gathering arena online. So we'll be playing with folks from this game and possibly some other folks as well. But yeah, we will be doing that stream instead. Rather than our D&D session, because not everybody is going to be available for the D&D session, and don't want to keep people 3 to 4 hours on a D&D session when, you know, even though people are staying at home and trying to be as safe as they can during this crazy time. I still want to keep people on New Year's Eve and Christmas Eve, you know, on the stream. So, but for the time that we will be streaming Magic the Gathering, please join us. Again, 7:30 p.m. Same time as right now, and yeah, we'll have some fun with that. We won't be playing with folks online, like randos. We will be playing with each other, friends, because you know what? I'm not even gonna get into it right now. I will get into it when we actually start playing Magic the Gathering. Well, we'll leave all the Magic the Gathering talk for next Thursday and the following Thursday. So yeah, so again, that was just the first thing. The second thing is actually kind of exciting, a pretty big thing. So we were kind of thinking, and by we I mean, you know, the royal we, me. I was kind of thinking, oh wait a minute, saying that actually reminds me of something else. On my birthday, December 26th. And before I get to the exciting news, on my birthday on December 26th, in our Discord, at 7 p.m., we will be doing a watch party of The Big Lebowski. So while I will be streaming Old Man Plays Old Games at my normal time at 4:30 p.m., that stream will actually end a little early to get ready for the watch party of The Big Lebowski. So if you can be there, please join us. It'll be a lot of fun. Robes are mandatory. They're not really, but it'll be fun. I'm going to be wearing my robe. You should wear your robe. And we'll be having drinks and watching one of the funniest movies, and one of my favorite movies of all time. All right, so that said, the exciting news now. So I was trying to figure out ways to bring more content to this channel. Obviously, we've gotten a lot of support with the D&D game. Also continuing support for Old Man Plays Old Games and Talking with the DM. That's been going great as well. We want to do more with the channel and trying to figure out ways that you could possibly support that. Because let's face it, it takes a lot. Most of you know it takes a lot of work and effort to put content together like this. And so one of the ways that a lot of you have been supporting us, and we really, you know, severely appreciate it, is that you've been following and subscribing to the channel. Amazing. Like if that's the way you want to support us, please continue to do so. But we wanted to think about what are some other ways that you could support us at the same time we can give back to you in addition to the content we're already putting out. So what I did was created a Patreon for us. And so what that looks like, I'm gonna actually bring it up just in a second. There we go. And so what that means is now, in addition to subscribing, if you'd like an alternate way of supporting the stream and what we're doing and creating more content, you can actually visit us on our Patreon. It's patreon.com/players and creators, all one word. And there is actually a link to it in our About section now. But essentially what you could do is there are tiers which are similar to subscriptions, and in those tiers there are some fun ways that you can not only continue to support us through a similar type of subscription the way Twitch does, but we will actually be able to give back a little to you. So depending on the type of tier you decide to subscribe to us to, you could either get an exclusive Players and Creators sticker. You could also get a mug with its Players and Creators on it. I wish I actually put in for the actual pieces, so I wish I could show them to you. I'm waiting for them. They haven't come yet. But there's a mug, a Players and Creators mug, Players and Creators t-shirt, and depending on the level, on the higher levels, every 3 months you can get one of each of those things. So in addition to the actual exclusive merch that you won't actually be able to get anywhere else except through Patreon, you will also there are a few things. One, if you decide to join us on Patreon and support us in that way, every stream that I do, I will actually shout out every time all the patrons who are helping us and supporting us during everything that we're trying to do. But at the higher levels, just to give you some ideas, Patreons will have voting power. And by what that patrons will have voting power, which means that you'll be able to help guide and direct the type of content you want to see on the channel. You will also be able to get a live chat with me in our Discord. There will be actually a private patron-only channels in our Discord where you will be able to talk with me one-on-one at least once. We'll do that once a month, and you could pick my brain about D&D. We could talk about whatever. You also, at the higher levels, you also get let's see, at the very highest level, which I just put it out there. If somebody actually did do it at the highest level, which you can actually see how high that level is, I will actually help create a one-on-one, one-shot game exclusively for you. So there, I'm skipping around, I'm jumping around. There are a lot of different things that you'll be able to get, as a patron if you decide to do things with us in Patreon. But this is just another way that if you are so inclined, if you'd like to support us in this way, I will absolutely say that with your dollar does go a little bit further than it does with Twitch. But if you want to keep doing what you're doing and subscribing to us and following us on Twitch, that supports us and that helps us do what we need to do as well. So by all means, keep doing that as well. But like I said, I just wanted to. We can now give back a little bit more than we already have. We're just right now. For me, I love this content. I love what we're doing. I wanted to give a little bit more. So I figured exclusive merch items that you can't get anyplace else, and you won't be able to get anyplace else. Every year, the merch refreshes. So it'll be new mugs, new stickers. The higher levels get hoodies. Only the higher levels get hoodies. So it's a lot of fun stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you get a chance, just visit Patreon. Again, it's patreon.com/players and creators. Check it out and see if that is a way that you would like to continue supporting us. And again, as I said, this is just an additional way for you to do that. After the new year, we will also be starting to stream to both Windows Live and YouTube 24 hours after our initial stream. So if you miss us on Thursdays, on Saturdays, you will be able to actually catch the stream again on YouTube or Windows Live, but that's not going to happen until the new year. And as always, if you've missed any of these streams, we do have them on our YouTube channel as well. Okay, that was a lot. That was about full. I think that's about it for announcements. And now we have everybody on screen. Everybody say hello.
Hello. Greetings.
Yes. So as you can see, everybody's in their various holiday cheer attire. And I want to thank everybody for coming in and doing that. That's awesome of all of you. So with that, I guess let's get started for our final D&D session of 2020. Let's get started, shall we? So, last we left off, the group was still in Trossenwald after a harrowing, crazy battle and escape from some strange island in the middle of the Easterlock. You rescued an old man, lost a companion, and made your way finally to Trossenwald. Let's see. Let us fix that very quickly. Hold on 1 second. Alright, that should be better. So, last we left off, we were all in Trossenwald after your harrowing escape from the island in the middle of the Easterlock. Turns out the old man that you rescued was Bertrand von Scott, a former lawmaster of the town. You brought him back safely, seemingly after 85 years of being gone. You were asked to stay in Trossenwald while your claims of where he was rescued from and various other things were being investigated. Okay. Sorry about that. That actually should not have been going, but thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. That shouldn't have kept going, but it did. Excellent. Okay. So, wow, did that mean that nobody else heard anything I said earlier? I would figure. I'll just make the announcements again towards the end. That's fine. All right. So you're in Trossenwald. You rescued an old man. You were asked to stay in Trossenwald. While you've been in Trossenwald, you've taken care of a number of different things. You've made your way around the town. Some of you decided that you were going to just figure out, walk the lay of the land, try and figure out what Trossenwald was and all the things that were about it. Some of you went shopping, and others of you decided to make some new friends. While in Trossenwald, Leah decided to create some kind of, or summon some kind of creature, who is now uh, there. Um, but Rowan also discovered a dragonborn by the name of Sora, who apparently has some maps that the group desperately needs to continue on their journey. And last we finished, you all decided that, well, you were all invited to dinner at the Von Scott Manor to thank you for your rescue of Bertrand Von Scott. You were granted a bag of coin, which nobody grabbed and looked at all. It's just sitting in the middle of the of the actual table at the moment. Um, and you were asked to come dressed appropriately and to leave your weapons behind as you would not need them. If you did bring them, that they would be confiscated and returned to you upon leaving the dinner. That is kind of where we left off. So, what would you all like to do? It's about the middle of the day. Leah did excuse herself to go upstairs when you finished talking with the emissary that brought you the money, and that's kind of where we left off. So, what would you guys like to do?
I'm gonna count the money.
Okay, Galen immediately grabs the pouch on the table, opens it up.
I don't pour it out on the table. I try to like keep it concealed just to like.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
It's gonna it'll take you about like 10-15 minutes, but after you're done, there is 25 gold in the pouch.
I tell that to everybody.
Okay.
Oh, big old 25.
Can we have some?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Can we have some?
Sure.
Yeah, you weren't paying attention again, Galen.
Sure.
I bought this compass today, and I took out a compass. It's actually gonna help us with our travels, and it was 75 gold. So, I would like some gold, if you don't mind. Not the whole thing, just a little.
Yeah, Rowan shows you this little orb that looks like it's like cloudy in the middle. It doesn't look like a compass at all.
I think you were scammed. I'm not giving you any more money.
Well, that money should stay all together because that's for our clothing.
Indeed.
Okay. So, Squall, you said you went to a clothing store?
Yeah. Although, I also then went to a more of a clothing stand. The clothing store was a bit too snobbish for me, so I proceeded, but I did find a place where I found some garbs that work for, having less eyes on us.
It appears that we
Nothing
can
too
afford
fancy.
the snobby place now. You want to go back to the snobby place?
We could certainly check it out, although I don't know if we can afford it. I got the impression that it might not be worth our time.
It
wasn't worth my time when I was. Well, let's go check it out. It doesn't hurt to stop in.
Well, I have a bit of money, and with the gold that we got, we should be able to afford it. Also, that stand that you went to, did it have, like, fancy clothing? Because it seems as though where we're going is kind of like a dinner party.
Where I got my garbs, they were not fancy. they were functional.
Then I think
The
smell
store
makes-
that sure, yeah, we can give it a shot.
All right then. Are we in agreement?
Yeah. Should we go get Leah before we go?
Definitely.
All right. Do you want me to go get her?
I'll go. I'll be right back.
Okay.
And I take Maya upstairs to knock on Rowan and Leah's door.
Real quick. How long has it been since I have been in this disguise?
Probably half an hour.
Okay, I head back upstairs.
Okay.
Well, I head back upstairs, but I say, let me know when we're heading out to the group.
As soon as we get Leah.
Okay.
All right.
I knock lightly on the door.
Who is it?
Leah, it's Jarina. May I come in?
Of course. I let her in.
Okay. Jarina, as you walk in, you see that the room is filled with like an incense smoke. It's not super thick. It's most of it seems to be pouring out of the window, but you can still kind of see like a light haze and the strong smell of incense. And there's some red flowers on the floor.
What you doing?
Oh, it's a holiday for my people. I was just doing my observations. Observances, excuse me.
Do I believe her?
Make an insight check. Leah, make a deception check for me. Jarina, what'd you get?
17.
What'd you get, Leah?
17 also.
Okay. She's kind of hard to read. You're not sure if she's being honest or if she's not. She's very hard to read.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go to that fancy clothing store to get clothes for tonight's dinner. We wanted you to come with. You ready?
Sure, just give me a minute. I'll be right down.
Okay. Do you need me to grab you some food or to bring with, or you're okay?
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I close the door behind me, and go back downstairs to grab some food for her.
Okay.
Leah will be down in just a moment or two.
I'm gonna turn to Lucy and explain, look, we're going out in the town a little bit. I need you to be on your best behavior. This is our first outing together, so I want you to keep a low profile, stay invisible, and keep close to me.
Yes, master.
Okay, let's go. Are you hungry?
Do you want me to be hungry?
You have to eat?
No.
Okay. We're good then. Let's go.
All right. As you're making your way towards the door, you feel this, not heavy, but you feel this weight jump on your back. And then, like, claws dig into not your skin, but your clothing. And you get the impression that Lucy is kind of hanging on your back. And it's not uncomfortable. Like, he's pretty light.
I'm gonna head down to the rest of the group.
Do I hear Leah leaving her room and going downstairs?
Make a perception check for me.
$14.
14. Yeah, you hear like the door open and close.
All right, then I reactivate my disguise and start heading down.
Okay. So yeah, so Leah, as you're walking out, you hear the door behind you, and you can see Galen. What disguise are you wearing? Your normal human disguise?
Yeah, I'm doing the human one.
Okay. All right. Everybody's downstairs. What would you guys like to do?
Go to a clothing store.
Let's
When
go
everybody
shopping.
is ready, yeah, when everybody's ready, I'll happily lead them to the first the outlet that I found that quickly turned me away.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you all make your way out of the inn, and you can see Six Crowns Guard across the street. And as your whole group files out of the inn, all six Crowns Guard turn and wait for you all to get about 40 feet or so in front of them, and then they turn and then they move, following you northward to the northern part of Trostnwald. Squall, you make your way there fairly quickly. About 15 minutes after leaving the inn, you all see the shop that Squall was talking about. Some very, very finely made clothing in the window. No name on the board. It's just the classic kind of thimble with the needle sticking through it, kind of showing that this is a tailor shop or clothing shop, as it were. And you all make your way inside. As the door opens, there's a little bell, and ting, ding, ding, ding. And Squall, you immediately see, as you're the first one through the door, you see the same human man, kind of balding. What hair he does have is kind of slicked back a little bit. Very pencil thin mustache. And he turns around. His shop is empty, and he turns from on the counter and he sees you and goes, "Oh, it's you." And then he sees the rest of the group kind of coming behind you, and he's kind of looking at you all strangely. He goes, yes. As I said to your companion previously, I don't think you all have the required coin for the items for sale here in my shop.
We'll be the judge of that. We need some party garb. We were invited to a party for this evening.
He gives you the biggest stink eye, Rowan, and he goes, "Really?"
Yes, the Von Scotts have invited us to dinner.
As you say that, he goes, the Von Scotts? Really?
Yes.
Yes.
And they recommended this shop, but if you will continue to treat us so poorly, we can just tell them how badly you've treated us.
It's so odd. The Von Scotts don't. I don't remember the last time they had no, please. I'm sorry. Make a persuasion check, Jarina.
14.
14. He goes, no, no, I'm very, very sorry. I meant no offense. But if you are going to be guests of the Von Scouts, well, you have to look your best, obviously. And to look your best, you obviously came to the right shop. Now, when is this dinner party for?
This evening after sundown.
Oh, well, we don't have a lot of time to waste then. Ladies, and he kind of snaps his fingers, and 4 women come out of the back, and one smaller. He looks like a teenage boy, and they all have kind of like the pin, the push pin thing on their wrists with the pin sticking out. They're all wearing aprons with various accoutrement of being tailors. He goes, all right, so all of these individuals, they need to look their best this evening. They are going to a dinner party at the Von Scotts. And as he says this, they all look like a little like, really? And they start kind of, he goes, enough of that. So, we can get you outfitted, but I'm sorry, but we're not going to actually be able to make anything for you from scratch, as we don't have a lot of time. So we can use some of the garments that are here. So pick something that you think you might like to wear, and we'll make sure that it's fitted to you. And have it ready for you before the. Where are you staying? We can have it run over to you.
The Nestled Nook Inn.
Nestled Nook Inn. Oh, all right. You kind of see him writing something down. He's like, I will say this for the lot of you. Well, you know what? Go and pick your outfits, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
Very good.
So
Thank you.
yeah, and you can see that there are a number of dresses, outfits for both men, women, androgynous, or just neutral, like very neutral outfits as well. Either hanging up on the walls, on some mannequins in the shop as well. So I will say this. Just kind of as a Christmas gift, early Christmas gift for your characters, you get to pick the design of the outfit that you're going to wear, and we'll just say that he has it in the shop. Now, if it's crazy, that's fine. Just expect it to probably cost a lot. But I will say, if you pick an outfit or design for your character, he most likely has it in this shop. So I'm going to go to each one of you, and you're going to let me know what your outfit looks like. Jarina, you had a question?
Yes, out of game, would I know whether or not pants on a woman for a fancy dinner is acceptable?
Make an intelligence check for me. 14? You're not entirely sure. I mean, where you're from, there are plenty of women who walked around wearing pants and went to dinner wearing pants all the time. Like it's not out of the ordinary. But you've never been to what you're hearing called a fancy dinner party, so you're not 100% sure.
I want to inquire with the shopkeeper what attire for my stature would be appropriate.
He kind of looks you up and down, and he says, well, honestly, it's just between you and I mean, it's anything, as long as it's appropriate for the station that you're visiting, the class of people. So anything here, short of like not wearing clothing, would probably be fine. But yes, you are in the correct shop for visiting those of a higher station. So anything here would probably be fine for you.
I want a kind of pants but feminine outfit.
Mm-hmm.
In dark colors like black and purple or blue.
Okay.
Maybe with a little silver accent. Because my clothing's usually very dark and kind of,
Okay. Yeah, easy enough. They do have a suit that very feminine looking, seems to fit you very, very well. They do make a few adjustments as they're fitting you. This takes a while because you do have to get out of your normal armor and clothing and stuff like that to actually fit in this stuff. So, but they're able to do that for you and to your specifications, and it looks great. Roman, what does your outfit look like?
I'm so glad I bathed today.
She says out loud while you're doing all of this.
Oh, goodness.
My outfit is just a very chic, a very long, I guess blue velvet dress with a plunging neckline. With no sleeves. Just very plain and basic.
Yep, they have a number of dresses, one in the specific color you asked for, that are very similar to that, and they have you put it on. They take some measurements, they make some markings, and they're gonna fit it for you, no problem.
I do inquire about the price.
Oh well, we'll get to that when all of your companions are done, as you are all going, for the same thing. Yes.
Yes.
So, all right, Squall, what does your outfit look like?
I'd prefer wearing my armor mostly, but maybe just a light. I don't know, nothing crazy. Fashion is not my strong suit. Usually, I've had somebody mostly dress me, so I don't know.
So
I genuinely don't know.
As you say this, he goes, "Yeah, no worries. We have a young prodigy that works for us. He could come and he help you. Is it Todd? Todd, come here. And the teenage boy that you saw come out with the women, he can kind of is yes sir. He's like, he normally has someone dress him. He goes, oh, say no more, sir. And he comes over, and he kind of looks at you for a moment, and he's got like a couple of pieces of like parchment, and he starts kind of like sketching you a little bit, and then you watch, and he does it very, very quickly, and in his apron you can actually see what looks like colored pencils or pastels, and he starts pulling out like different colors, and he starts like filling in your skin color. And he actually starts like looking at it, and he kind of looking at you, and then he starts making more sketches and more sketches and more sketches. Kind of looks around the shop for a minute, stops at a group of mannequins with some clothing on them, kind of looks at it, does some more sketches, and then shows it to you. And he shows what looks like this very almost like this very dashing, almost pirate-esque looking like pantaloons. Inside of high boots, with a very, very flowy, not white, but almost like a sky blue shirt that kind of contrasts your darker blue skin color, along with a half-tailed jacket, like with coattails on the back, which is like a dark navy blue. He goes, what do you think of this, sir?
You clearly have an eye. Yeah, this will do just fine.
Excellent, excellent. And he starts. He folds the papers up. He puts it in one of the pockets of his apron. He runs over to where he was looking, and he starts pulling the clothing off of the racks. He grabs a pair of boots. He goes, "All right," and he hands it to you to put on. You put them on, and they're little loose fitting, made for a larger individual. But the other employees come over and they start to take your measurements. They start to fit it, and then they're like, "All right, next." And so you're all taken care of. Leah, what would you like?
I would like a long dress with the high slits on the side with pants underneath that allow for free movement in case there is some kind of incident.
As you say this, the shop owner, he says, "Incident on Scots. What are you expecting? Some kind of like fight? I mean, it's a dinner party."
Oh, I understand that, but in the future, who knows where I will wear it?
We prefer to be on guard.
It's unnecessary, but I understand very well. And so you go and you start looking, and you actually find something. One of the women actually helps you find something similar to what you're looking for. As you're getting ready to kind of undress, you can feel the weight of Lucy jump off of your back. You're not sure where Lucy is at the moment, but they're not on your back at the moment. And you're able to put the dress on, put the clothing on. They take a look. They take measurements, and then you're all done. Once you actually put your armor back on, you feel the weight of Lucy jump back on your back.
Okay.
Phoebe, what does your outfit look like?
Well, I want a long flowing green tunic with a golden accent, accompanied with loose black pants.
Easily done. You ask for these things. One of the women actually walks you around the shop till you find the stuff that you like. You put it on. You try it out. They take your measurements, and you are all set for the evening. Galen, what does your outfit look like?
It's kind of okay. So very fancy styled monk robes almost, where it's like the primary color is mostly red with purples in with purples in certain areas and silver highlights and sort of unique patterns in like a silver color.
Okay. So, interesting note, once again, and you know this from messing around with the hat for some time, that you are wearing an illusion. So, if someone touches you, there's a good possibility that their hand might go through the illusion. You are aware of this as you messed around with the hat earlier in the week.
Okay, well, I guess I say well, because monk clothing are very big and very loose, I just say, I just pretty much, I guess explain that, just like very puffy, but like can be easily adjusted, nothing outlandish, just the design is outlandish. That's pretty much what I describe. You don't need to measure me.
They look at you. Make a persuasion check for me.
$18.
18. So as you're describing the clothing, one of the women, she goes, Todd, and the little teenage boy comes out again. He goes, yes, and she starts explaining to him everything that you just said, and he goes, oh yes, some of the monks of Arathis, they have similar clothing, not in red though, but we could probably have it dyed for you and prepared for the evening if you wish.
Okay.
So you don't need to be fitted. You just wear them as is.
Yep.
Very well, very well. And he kind of starts telling the woman, giving her some instructions, and she kind of nods. She goes, oh, okay, I get it now. And then they grab the cloth. They show it to you. It's definitely what you're looking for. Obviously, but not in the right color. But they say that they can get it to you. Get it in the colors that you need. Not a problem. And so this all takes, with 6 of you doing this, and only 4 for the shopkeeper at this whole time is just watching. He's not doing anything. He's not helping at all. It does take, you are all in the shop for good maybe 2 hours, almost 3 hours as this is happening. But by the time you're all set and done, I was, all right, excellent. So, rush jobs. It looks like for the 6 of you, let's see,
I have a question, DM. Are we outfitted with shoes as well, or no?
Yeah. The outfits
Okay.
the outfits come with the appropriate footwear that you would want. So he's kind of looking over. He's like, all right. Some regular measurements there. Let's see, a dye job. All right. So altogether, that's going to come out to 36 gold pieces.
I ask Rowan for the bag of coin.
I give him 36 gold pieces exactly.
All right. Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All
And
right.
thank you.
Have them. They will be all set and done and ready for you, and run over to you before dusk.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much for your help.
Good
All
night.
right. You're very welcome, and by all means, you tell. Make sure that you tell the Von Scotts that Waldron's fine clothing is who dressed you for the evening.
We'll do so. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Off with you then. Off with you. You all exit the shop, Drina.
I go up to Phoebe and I ask her, "Did you take that all out of your personal inventory?"
Oh, I have plenty, don't worry.
Thank you so much, Phoebe. That was very generous.
Of course.
I give Phoebe 15 gold.
Oh, you don't have to, Jarina.
It's fine.
Ready.
Teamwork.
Thank you.
All right. So you all exit the shop. You make your way back to the inn. Unless there's anything you want to do between now and the time that you make your way to the dinner.
There's something I want to do.
Yes.
I talked to Jarina about where she had trained Maya.
Oh, it was a livery?
Okay. Tell me about it.
Well, this very large, not fat, but broad, wide gentleman who thoroughly enjoys working with animals, had never seen a pseudo dragon, so it was kind of like a learning situation for both of us. But he had some very interesting creatures, other than other than horses. I believe that he had a a wolf in one of his stables.
That's crazy.
Very. But he was very helpful and very grateful to have experienced learning about Maya and her species just as much as I did.
That's very interesting. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do with my shillelagh here. I'm a little worried about leaving it behind in the inn, along with all of my other weapons. I don't know where I could stash it. Do you have any ideas? I was thinking the library, but it seems like it's the wrong place.
I don't know. I was kind of wondering myself because my staff, and I kind of jerk up my flower staff. I do cherish this as well. I turn to
Do you think
everybody
they
else.
would be seen as weapons, or?
Possibly.
Hmm.
I
Okay.
turn to Phoebe. Is Phoebe nearby?
She's with all of you, unless she says that she's not.
I'm with you guys.
Phoebe, do you think that these could be considered weapons?
Well, given logical thinking, one build a staff and conk someone on the head. So, yes.
That's exactly what I do with my staff.
Well, be it if you're a magic wielder or not.
Rowan, you mentioned that there was a bathhouse.
Oh yes, it's something dew, morning dew, warm dew. They're
Great
amazing.
name.
They'll wash
Where
all
is
your
it?
clothes. It's I'll show you. I'll show you where it is. Maybe we'll find out the name when we get there. So I show the party where the bathhouse is.
Are you all going?
I suppose we did have a long trip.
Is there anyone not
All
going?
our best.
I'll tag along this time.
Veron, why don't you go back to the inn in case our garments come while we aren't there?
Excellent idea.
All right, it's been decided.
They'll wash your clothes there too. It's great. And mend them.
All right.
Okay.
All right then.
Okay.
So, Jarina, Rowan, Squall, Leah, and Phoebe are going to the bathhouse?
Rowan's
Galen.
I show them where it is, but then I turn around and go back to the inn.
Okay. And Galen, you're going too? All right. So Rowan kind of goes, she kind of shows you, and it's actually not too far from where you're at, by where the tailor is. And then Rowan goes, okay, bye. And she just she starts skipping away, going back towards the inn. And as you all enter, first off, the place is called the Warm Dew Bathhouse. You can see the plaque as you walk in of the name. And there's this young elven woman behind the counter, and it's just kind of wearing simple white robes. She goes, "Oh, welcome to the Warm Dew Bathhouse." And she goes, "Wow, there's many of you. So what can I do for you? Is individual baths, adjoining baths? What would you like?"
Individual for me. Don't know
individual.
about the rest.
I too would like an individual.
Very well. Individual baths for all of you?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
Very well. For how long? How long would you like it? It's for 1 hour increments. So how long would you like it for?
An hour
I'll
should be
take an
fine
hour.
for me.
An hour.
Same.
Right, an hour for everyone. All right. Okay, and you see as she starts pulling some towels from a shelf behind her. She goes, "All right, if you could all follow me, please." We do also as she's leading you, and you can see a number of like doors on both the left and right side of the hallway that she's taking you down. She's like, we do also, for an additional charge, we will clean your clothing for you and mend them, and they will be ready for you before you leave for your time, if you so wish. And she just continues, and she gets to the first door. She kind of motions to you, Jarina. She goes, "Here you are."
Thank you.
And she kind of points to Maya on your shoulder. Your pet. It is housebroken, I'm assuming.
For the most part, yes.
Very well. If there are any additional messes, we may have to charge you for cleaning services. Just to forewarn you.
Understandable. I would like my clothing cleaned and mended, please.
All right. And she kind of points to you can see there is basically a small tub, an in-ground stone tub. There's a table next to it. There is a kind of dressing, like a dressing curtain. And she kind of motions to it, and she says, once you get undressed, just place your clothing behind the curtain here. One of our attendants will come in, take the clothing from you, and we'll have them returned before your hour is up.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And I will send someone in to warm the water for you immediately. And she shows each of you to your own individual areas. She asks, she explains the same thing to each of you. Besides Jarina, is anybody else getting their clothes cleaned or mended? Phoebe, Leah,
Nah.
Jarina. Okay.
I got spares of the same clothes, so no, I'm not.
Okay. All right. So you all, in short order, attendants come in. They warm the water. They bring warm water, hot water in there. It's nice and steamy. There are all different types of oils that are on a table next to it, and soaps that you can, fragrant soaps that you could actually use. About halfway into your session, you actually, those who did want to get their clothes cleaned, you do hear someone come in, take the clothing and leave. They don't actually, the curtain actually obscures the door, so you actually don't see them and they don't see you. So you still do get your privacy. And it is a pleasant, wonderful experience. For the whole hour, the water is, it starts from not scalding, but very, very hot. And by the time your hour is done, there's still some nice warmth to it. You get your pick of different oils that you wanted to use. And those who wanted their clothing cleaned and mended, you do get them back. If you had stains on them, they're gone. If you had small cuts and tears, they are seamlessly mended and look almost as if the first day you bought them. Galen, about 20 minutes into your bath, your disguise drops, and the only thing you're wearing is the hat. But thankfully, there is no one in the bathhouse with you. So you're able to continue, thankfully, without any issue. And before your hour's up, you re-up the illusion, interestingly enough, as you get out of the tub, your illusion is completely dry. You, however, underneath the illusion are still wet and you dry yourself off, but the towel does pass through the illusion, and you're starting to see that while this is effective, there are some limitations to this. Absolutely. You also seem to be fully clothed as you actually get out of the tub as well, which is a little strange. So
I'm sure I imagine,
yeah,
like, just in case someone walks in, which I highly doubt, but just maybe like no shirt or something. But other than that, nah.
okay. Well, when you do that, when you actually put on your shirt, put your shirt back on, it disappears under the illusion, and so now you look like you're just bare chested.
I reimagined the shirt then.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, it does just come back. It is a pleasant, wonderful experience for all of you. You have your hour. You all feel very nice and relaxed. You all smell randomly in different oils that you used. Leah, the whole time that you were in the bath, you didn't hear a peep out of Lucy.
Okay.
You were almost unsure if Lucy was still in the room until you got dressed again and then felt the weight on your back.
Okay.
So you all leave the Warm Dew bathhouse and make your way back to the inn. Now, during this time, Rowan, what have you been doing?
I was planning on sneaking out, but then I realized that Jarina had a point that maybe I should stay and wait for our clothing. It would be a disaster if we ordered all these clothes and then nobody was there to receive them.
Okay.
Jarina,
Yeah, Jarina.
I suggested it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Phoebe, I was talking to both of you at the time.
I was confused.
All right. Sora. So all of this craziness is going on. You've met this large group of strange individuals who seem very, very excited about your maps. What have you been doing at this time, during this time?
After I leave the shop, I head to the animal guy, and I tell him that I will be taking Cerberus the next morning. And then I decide to treat myself to a room at the inn.
Okay. Yeah, so the owner of the livery stables, yeah, all right, no problem. He's a big teddy bear. I'm gonna miss him. But yeah, I'll have them all ready and prepped for you tomorrow.
DM, is there room at the inn for me to take Cerberus now?
You know that the livery is the only place that you could keep him, and that the lawmaster was very specific that that was the only place you were to take the animal other than out of town.
Okay. All right. I give the guy 5 silver as a tip, and then I head over to the inn.
Yeah, he takes it. He goes, all right, thank you. Yeah. I'll have them all ready for you in the morning.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking so care of him.
No problem, no problem. You make your way to the Nestle Nook Inn, or you're not staying where you normally stay.
No, I pretty much I packed up my bags and just headed on over.
All right, so yeah, you make your way to the Nestle Nook Inn. It's kind of at this point in time in the evening, not evening, but it's starting to get a little later in the evening, in the afternoon, and you see You see just maybe like two or three people kind of milling around, having some trust. You see Yorda, who is the innkeeper, who is always rushing around. She's actually in one of those rare moments sitting behind the counter, not busy. And you also see Rowan. She is actually sitting at the table closest to the door, staring intently at the door as if she's waiting for something.
DM, can I also suggest that I'm also playing with the orb and trying to attune myself to it while I'm waiting?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You are tuning to it. I would say by this point that by the time Sora walks through the door, you're absolutely already attuned to it. And you watch you watch it every now and then, just kind of raise out of your hand when you want to see what north looks like, and it just kind of raises out of your hand and just just keeps pointing in a direction, and it's like the coolest thing ever.
This is better than a fidget spinner.
So Sora, you make your way. You see all this. You make your way over to Yorda. And she says, yeah, we have the one room, just one room left. It's yours if you want it. For how long?
The night.
All right.
For now.
All right, that'll be a silver.
I hand her the silver.
All right, excellent, excellent. She hands you the key. She says, okay, enjoy.
DM, about what time is it about now?
Oh, it's probably getting to be like late afternoon, anywhere between, I would say between 4:30 and 5:30 in the evening, somewhere around that time.
So I asked Yorda if I can have something for a late lunch, and how much would it be?
Oh yeah. She kind of points over to the table where there's not a lot of food left, but there's some food there, and she goes, just go help yourself. It's fine. Thank
you very much.
Yeah. We're getting ready to get rid of it anyway, so help yourself.
I make my way over. I take some food, and I go up to Rowan and I say hello.
Oh, hi.
Do you want some company?
Sure.
I sit down and look at the orb in her hands, and I ask her, I say, so are you getting to know it?
Yeah, I got it to work. Check it out.
Okay. I think you have to show me because you're the one who attuned it.
No, I'm holding it up to her and showing her that it's working.
Yeah, you watch it. You watch her just kind of hold it in her hand, and then it raises up, and then just kind of moves slightly in a north direction.
Oh, wonderful! I'm so happy you got it to work. Did you want something to eat? I can share.
Sure. I never turn down a little nosh. I'm waiting for a delivery though. So just if I get a little too distracted, just let me know. Somebody walks through the door with a big delivery.
Oh, what are you waiting for?
We're getting we ordered some clothing so that we look a little less, like we just walked around for the last 2 weeks with no shelter, which is pretty much what we've just done.
I understand. Is that for the party this evening?
Yep.
Well, I hope you have fun. And I start eating my food and have some water, I guess.
Okay.
I chew on some jerky. And I'm keeping my eyes glued to the door.
Okay. Yeah, you sitting there. You guys are you're both sitting there for probably a good maybe 45 minutes to another hour. And then all of a sudden, you see the little teenage boy from the shop just holding these large bundles of wrapped paper that are clearly it's too much for him. But he's just moving very slow and very deliberate, and he kind of walks through the door, and he's just kind of like looking around, and he sees you, and he goes, "Ah, okay," and he just kind of like very slowly just kind of walks over, and he's like, could you kind of grab some of them, please?
Of course, I help him.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
I
you start helping him.
I take the bundle.
Yeah, and he puts the rest on the table. He goes, "All right, everyone's orders are there. I'm so glad you will all be well dressed this evening. Have fun."
Thank you for your help.
You're
And
very-
I tip him. I dig into my dwindling purse and I give him a couple of silver.
He goes, "Oh, thank you very much." And he kind of puts it in a pouch, and he kind of like he seems really happy about it, and he just kind of walks off. And he leaves.
Well, I have to get these upstairs before I mess them up. So, they're in paper or something, right?
Yeah,
not
they're
just
wrapped
loose?
in like package paper.
Okay, yeah. I grab them all up and head for the stairs.
Okay, yeah. So you make your way up. Sorry, you just watch her just kind of grab all these bundles and just get up and go upstairs. Maybe 15 or 20 minutes later, you see the rest of the group come back into the inn, and again, everyone here. Rowan, you were followed back to the inn by a Crown's Guard. The rest of you are followed back from the bathhouse. Back to the inn by the Crown's Guard. You know, your chaperones, those guys who keep following you, for your protection as well as others. And you all see Sora kind of sitting at a table by herself as you all walk in.
I wave hello.
Hello, Sora.
How are you? How are you today?
Very well, thank you.
That's good to hear. Good to hear. Busy night for you all.
There's an awkward silence as this happens.
Um,
And you see Rowan actually come downstairs shortly after you guys come in.
Oh, hi guys. We just got the clothing delivery just a few minutes ago. I brought everything upstairs. I don't have keys to the other two rooms, so they're all in my room. So if you want to come up and get dressed, we can get going.
Which one's your room?
You know which one my room is.
No, I don't.
It's the one upstairs.
It's the one
that-
upstairs, next to yours.
Okay. You could have just said that.
All right. You're not drinking too much before this party, are you? Because I'm sure there's going to be booze there.
Oh no, I just wasn't paying attention to where you slept.
All right. Okay. We'll see you later, Sora. You have a good night.
Well, you all have fun.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, so you all make your way upstairs, and you all get dressed in your new outfits for your dinner party for that evening. So yeah, Galen, your outfit is completely what you asked for, without issue. But when you put it on, it does go under the illusion. So I'm gonna assume you re-up the illusion. This time with what the clothes actually look like. Before you actually leave to the Von Scotts.
Yeah. Before I give Squall his privacy, I ask him something real quick. Can you try smacking the the hat off my head real quick, if you can? I want to test something.
So
So I kind of adjust the illusion to my actual height because I'm shorter, but I adjust it to my actual height and I say it should be right here. I want to test something real quick.
Yeah, you don't see a hat on his head, Squall. Like when he drops the illusion, you can see it, but when he's in the illusion, there is no hat. So he's asking you to smack his head, the hat off his head. You're gonna have to do your best. I'm gonna ask you to roll. Are you gonna do it first off?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'm gonna ask you. All right, so roll. So roll to attack.
If he somehow
Okay.
gets lower to my face, I am going to block.
Well, I mean, like I'm gonna consciously like aim to where a hat should be sitting on his head.
Okay, but you don't see it. So you're gonna roll to attack at disadvantage.
12.
All right, so you go to smack where you think the hat is, and you hit him in the side of the head.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
You don't take
Galen,
any damage. You don't take any damage, but
I must have overcompensated for the lack of obvious hat. As I.
it's a strange request. First off, so you're kind of taken aback by it a little bit, but you're just like, sure.
Does the hat even move a little, even when he hit me?
Nope.
Mhm.
All right.
You want
Well,
him to try again?
Nah. I think I'm good.
Okay.
After that, you know what? Maybe later. Just ow, and then I just leave the room.
I run into Galen in the hallway and I look at him and I'm like, wow, Galen, that's a really nice hand-dyed monk's outfit.
Why, thank you.
Did you really need to get that? Or could you just have envisioned it and then put the hat on?
I could have envisioned it, but here's the thing. If my disguise goes, then I'll just be in normal clothing.
Yeah, but if the disguise that goes, then pretty much we just figure you're screwed.
Here's the thing. If I wear the clothes and I'm able to hide my face, like let's say I'm bending down or something, or I'm like behind something but you can't really see my face, I can just take off the thing and then turn it back on, and the clothes won't change, or shouldn't change.
Okay, I get it now. All right. I was just thinking we could have saved a few dollars on that outfit, that's all.
$?
You know, gold.
Okay.
I go back into my room and I look around and I'm looking for a loose board on the floor. Are there any of those?
Make an investigation check for me.
Eight.
8. Try as you might. This is actually the floor is. It's a nice inn. It seems like they keep it up. They take care of the rooms as well, and there's no loose boards. But you could try and pry one up if you wanted to. But there's none that are naturally loose or unattached to the rest of the floor.
What do the beds look like? Are they solid?
Yeah, they're kind of
Are
like
they...
they're kind of like solid twin beds with in the middle is just slats of wood, and then the mattress goes onto the slats of wood. There is like space under the bed itself, but they're very simple. They're not you know.
Are there wardrobes for clothing?
There's a small little stand with 2 drawers next to the bed.
What about the ceiling? Are there loose boards in the ceiling?
You look up in the ceiling, and it is the roof of the inn. So it is at an angle, and you can see some beams across, but that's about it.
There's cross beams. Are they wide? Are they small?
They're pretty wide.
Okay. I take my staff and my weapons, and I wrap them up in my cloak, and I shove them on top of one of the cross beams in a place where it's not obvious and where it can't be seen.
Okay, you have to stand on one of the chairs to do it, but it's not an issue. You're able to do that, and you put it on, and you look up, and you seem pretty happy that anybody casually glancing in will not readily find it if that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about leaving all my stuff behind, but just for the evening, it should be okay.
Okay. All right. Leah, as you get dressed, as you're starting to get dressed, it's a little disconcerting that you have a pretty good sense that Lucy is in the room, but they're still invisible. And as you're getting dressed, you start to kind of realize you're not going to be wearing armor. You're going to be wearing these nice, beautiful clothes. You're probably not sure how well that's going to take to Lucy grabbing onto them and hanging from them, unlike your armor.
Is there any part of my armor that I could put on and make it look decorative? Like the shoulder pads?
No, it'll be very clearly armor. Like, you can if you want to. I mean, I'm not, if you want to do that, you can do that. But it definitely won't look like it's part of the outfit.
It won't. Will it pass? Or,
There's only one way to find out.
I don't want to try it on then.
So,
I want to try out the outfit and then put the shoulder pieces on.
Okay. So you put the outfit on, you put the shoulder pieces on, and you hear a voice that goes, you're never going to be invited to another dinner party if you wear something like that. You know that, right?
Yeah, this is not going to work. So I asked Lucy, can you please climb up gently onto my back?
Yes, master. And you feel these very, very sharp claws, very gently, but still sharp, slowly trying to grab it, and it hurts. Like like when it was on your armor, the armor was taking the brunt of it, so it wasn't an issue. But it is definitely digging through your clothes, into your skin, and as you start to feel that pain, you can feel Lucy let go.
I'm gonna tie a piece of fabric, let's say from my clothing, like a belt,
Okay.
and loop it through the sash of my dress so that Lucy can hang on to it.
Okay. So yeah, you do that, and you tell Lucy that's what you want them to do, and Lucy goes, "Yes, master." And then you just feel a tug on the sash, and if it's a little like you have to take a few steps, a little bit, to kind of deal with the weight of it fully, pulling you towards the side, and yeah, it takes a minute, but you kind of get used to it. But there's clearly something heavy hanging from your sash. Not that anyone can see it, but it is definitely a weight on you at the moment.
Okay. I'm gonna work with that for a little while.
All right. You hear Varys saying, "All right, good luck with that."
You got any better ideas?
I don't even know what that thing is, So, no.
That thing is backup. That's what that thing is.
Oh, no. I understand that part. But I don't know what it is. So, I don't know anything other than it's backup.
Well, her name is Lucy, and we will not call it Dave.
Is it a boy or a girl?
I don't know, but its name is Lucy.
All right. No, that's I don't want to be presumptuous. All right. Lucy, it is. Very well. All right.
Are we ready?
You hear Varys go, ready, and you also hear ready.
Good job, guys. Let's go. And I look in the mirror like I got this freaking freak show behind me, going with me everywhere I go. Yes, we are dressed for success, and let's go to the party.
Yeah, you make your way out, and the rest of you, equally without the issues of Leah and Galen, you are able to make your way into your rooms, put your clothing on, and you all find your way together downstairs. Darina.
I want to have a pep talk with Maya.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put her on. Is there a chair in the room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I put her on the chair and I get dressed, and then I look at Maya, and I ask her, "Are you gonna be on your best behavior during this dinner?" Okay. And then I try to picture in my head how I want Maya to behave. Just stay on my shoulder, don't make a mess, and see if she responds.
Okay. Make a animal handling check for me. Actually, no, because you're doing this, like, to tell it with the bond that you have with her. Make a wisdom check for me.
Okay.
I also would like to experiment with something, but I'll wait for Darina.
Yep.
18.
18. She kind of looks at you a little bit, and then she jumps on your shoulder, and she kind of sits there, folds her wings in, curls her tail around her legs, and exactly the way you pictured her in your mind is exactly the way she's sitting on your shoulder.
All right. I take out a big piece of jerky and I tell her, eat.
She starts snapping at it and eats it up.
And then I tell her, thank you.
Rah!
That's it.
Okay. What did you want to do, Galen?
So, first I put my daggers in my boots, like I strap them in my boots.
Okay.
So, and I try to make sure that they can't be seen, like nothing is being shown. Do I have to roll anything for that, or no?
Yeah, make me a... Let's see, that's probably going to be... Make a sleight of hand check for me. This is just to see how well you actually are hiding the daggers in your boots. And how many daggers?
2, one in each.
Okay. So I want to make 19. Make another roll for the other dagger.
Uh, 17.
Okay.
And one last thing I'd like to experiment. I get my gourd out, and I want to put my darts in the gourd. Like at least 3 of them in the gourd.
The opening of the gourd is not wide enough for your darts to actually fit in.
Damn. Okay. Then, other than my daggers, I'm taking my quarterstaff and strapping it on my back
Okay.
before we leave. Okay.
Anybody else taking a weapon with them?
No, I'm gonna leave mine behind.
Okay. All right. So, you all make your way downstairs into the inn. Sora is still kind of sitting there, picking at her food. As you all, group up. You're all in your beautiful new finery, and you make your way out of the inn. As you make your way out of the inn, there is only one Crown's Guard across the street. And as you start to file out, this Crown's Guard actually walks straight to all of you. It says, I've been instructed to escort you all to the Von Scotts, if that is where you are headed at this moment.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, follow me.
Thank you.
Turns around and starts leading you all northward. You make your way through the Northward District. As you're making your way through the district, night has fallen at this point. It is dark in the streets except for the lit lanterns down through the streets. There are not a lot of people. Most of the traffic throughout the day has kind of subsided. People making their way home or to their respective locations for the evening. As you get there, as you continue, Squall, you are probably one of the only people in your group who have made it this far. You are almost to the most northward part of this area, but the guard suddenly takes a right down a street that you did not go down previously, and you actually start to turn away from those 3 distinct mansions that you saw, during your travel. Rowan, this starts to get very familiar for you and Jarina, actually, as you seem to be making your way towards the temple district, the temple area, and you actually do pass that temple that you both stared at very briefly and then walked away from. You actually walk past that temple and actually pass what looks like maybe 3 other temples, all of various design, much smaller than the first one that you and Jarina actually stood in front of initially. But you're not 100% sure what they are. Anybody who would like to can make a religion check for me, and see which of those, what those temples are. Jarina?
Considering my history of not knowing religions, I got a 5.
Okay. Rowan, did you roll?
Yeah, I got a 15.
15. Anybody else roll? Okay, so Leah?
11.
Phoebe?
18.
Galen?
18.
Okay. Actually, let's see. Let me check something real quick. All right, so One second, I'm sorry. Just checking my notes real quick. All right. So, all right. So Rowan, Phoebe, and Galen. Actually, we'll start with Rowan and Phoebe. As you make your way through basically down this street, the first large temple you realize is a temple to Arathis, known as the Lawbearer. The other three temples that are much smaller, you see are one is there is a large platinum dragon statue in front of one of them, which clearly denotes that is a temple to the platinum dragon Bahamut. There is another temple which has what looks like, it's very strange. Well, actually, it's not too strange if you know if you follow this god, but there is a large anvil out in front of another one, and this one is to Moradin the Allhammer. And the last temple you find is, you see this what looks like it almost looks like almost like an eight-pointed star wreathed in like an orange yellowish color, and you know this to be the temple to Pelor, the Dawnfather. Galen, you have heard of some of these gods, but you don't know anything about them. Like, you've heard of Moradin and Pelor. Growing up, you've heard tale of some of these gods, but you're not like a god person per se. What
was the name of the law guy again?
Arathis. Okay, so those are the temples as you pass by that you see, and you don't see many what you would consider like homes, and you see no shops whatsoever. You see these temples and what like smaller buildings attached to these temples, and almost at the very end of this area, it's almost obscured by these large thick trees. You almost miss it if it wasn't for the fact that the Crownsguard is actually leading you straight to it. The first thing that catches your eye, besides these large trees, is that there seems to be some kind of crowd like around like one of the trees. As you get closer, you see that the trees are blocking what look like they're obscuring what looks like a walled gate. So there seems to be like a gate with walls attached to it that go around almost in a circular fashion. But the trees are so large and so thick, you almost miss it. The gates themselves are closed. And then the crowd, as you get closer, you can actually see what looks like some kind of looks like a cart, and there's these two individuals by the cart, and there are two Crowns Guards standing next to the cart, and you can see what seems like a crowd of what looks like people from the town, just kind of milling about, talking with each other, and the people at the cart are handing large bundles out to the crowd. And as one person is given a bundle, they kind of move to the side very excitedly, like oh, and they kind of move to the side, and then another person comes, and then another bundle is handed out. And as you get closer, as you come right up to the gate, you can hear the two individuals. It's an older man and woman. All right, we're very sorry, but that's the last bundle. And you hear the crowd go, "Oh, no worries. Just if you come back tomorrow, we'll have more for everyone." And then you hear everybody go, "Yay!" And then the people start to actually leave the area, and the two Crowns Guard kind of nod to the Crowns Guard who's leading you, and one of them walks away from the cart, goes up to the gate, and opens up the gate for all of you. Is there anything that you'd like to do before you enter the gate?
How long has it been since we got here?
It's been about a good 25-minute walk. All right. You make your way inside the gate. As you enter the gate, you can now see, which has been completely obscured by the trees, this beautiful 4-story mansion. That is just it's so large, you're surprised that you didn't actually see it past the trees. It's simple, yet elegant at the same time. It is completely made out of what looks like some kind of maroon cherry wood that is just, and there are a number of windows with beautiful balconies. You can see there's no topiaries of any kind like the other mansions that you saw, Squall. But there are hedges, there are trees, and it's just very, very beautiful. And there are these blue lights floating along a cobblestone pathway leading up to the actual manor. They're just kind of like floating in the air, just illuminating, not very brightly, but just enough that you can very clearly see in the dark to make your way up this cobblestone pathway. But as you enter the gate and the gate is closed behind you, there are two Crowns Guards standing there, and one of them goes, "You," and points to you, Galen. Says, "Uto, no weapons. I will have to confiscate your stick there, and you'll get it back when you leave."
Understood. And I pass the stick through the gate.
No, you're on the other side of the gate with the guards.
Oh, okay. I thought there was like a fenced-off gate.
No. They let you. They let you into the gate. Yeah. So he takes it. He goes, "All right," and they kind of both look all of you over. Like they kind of scrutinize you very, very intently. They don't see anything of note other than the staff. Actually, let's see. Yeah. And they go, "All right, follow us, please." And they kind of lead you up the path. As they lead you up the path, you make your way, and then these two huge double doors at the top, very rounded, and you can see up at the rounded part the initials in common, VS, kind of like engraved into the wood itself. a V on the left door and an S on the right door. And one of the Crownsguard opens up the door for you. It says, "All right, follow me." And then one of them holds the door open, while the other leads you inside. As you enter this beautiful, large foyer, you can see immediately right in front of you is a large circular table with what looks like some kind of floral arrangement in front of it. To your left and right are these circular stairs that start to kind of go up and seem to head further up into the rest of the manor. There is a large set of double doors to your left, a large set of double doors to your right, and a large set of double doors immediately on the other side of the circular door itself. You can see a number of suits of armor lining like two sets of armor like next to each set of doors. Above the armor are paintings. And the paintings seem to be of individuals none of you are familiar with. But there seems to be some kind of family resemblance amongst all of the people in these pictures. You see some men, you see some women, but they all have a very distinct and similar look about them in the portraits. And you also see on the sets of double doors, Rowan and Jarena are actually more familiar with this symbol, as they were actually staring at it for some time. What looks like the symbol of Arathis, which looks like the head of an axe with two scales on it, and they are engraved into each set of these double doors. And as you start to look around, you can actually see, some more subtle than others, symbology around the room that does point to Arathis. Sometimes you just see the scales. Sometimes you see the head of the axe with the scales. Sometimes you see a full axe with the scales in the head. But there is a lot of symbology just in this foyer area of Arathis. And there is as you all walk in, there's like a very calm, like almost, it's hard to explain, but you all feel very calm and very, very at home just walking into this manor. Normally as adventurers, you feel kind of on edge, prepared for anything at a moment's notice. But as you walk in, you feel very, very relaxed. There is a scent in the air of the flowers. You assume possibly from this floral arrangement in the middle of the room on the table. But it's very nice. It's very calming. You feel at ease in here in this room. The Crownsguard kind of looks at all of you, still holding Galen's staff in his hand, and he goes, "All right, if you could all just wait here for a moment, I will announce that you are here."
Are there eyes on us?
Besides you and the Crownsguard, there's no one else in this room. Crownsguard
that left, or
the Crownsguard. He walks away. He goes through the double doors on the other side of the table. Opens them up and walks in, and you can see as he opens both the doors that the head of the axe, like half of it is on the left door and half of it is on the right door. Like it's just like very much a part of the architecture of these doors. and he closes the door behind him. You are all now in this entryway, and there are actually some seats, like benches, along some of the walls as well.
I immediately. You said that there are no more guards in here, right?
It's just all of
double
you.
check.
As far as you can see, it's just all of you.
I'm gonna quickly, in like just a second, turn off the disguise and turn it right back on to restart the whole thing.
Okay. So you watch very briefly Galen's illusionary form, human form, just dissipates, and then he's in his human form again. All right. So you're waiting for a good 10, 15 minutes. And then the double doors that the Crown's Guard came through open up again. And this time it's not the Crown's Guard. You can actually see you see a very older gentleman. Probably you're not sure of the age. His hair is combed very, very, like the middle is slicked back a little bit, but on the sides it's very strange. It's kind of like it comes up and almost to a point on each side. His hair is completely gray. You can see he's wearing a monocle, and behind the monocle he has like these almost steel gray bluish eyes. His mustache comes out in a handlebar, almost like a handlebar curl, with like a Van Dyke, just comes down to a point. He's wearing a beautiful, like almost red velvet, tailed coat, double-tailed coat, waistcoat, with a vest underneath, and you can see like a chain hanging from the vest, comes around and goes further inside the inside part of the jacket. Very simple black but very, very well made pants, and calf high boots. He's also using a cane that seems to be made of pure ivory. And as he slowly kind of walks, it's very clear that the cane is not for show. He is using the cane to make his way over to all of you. And as he gets closer to you, you all begin to realize, especially after he says, "Ah, good, my friends, thank you for coming," that this is Bertrand von Scott, the man that you rescued. Seemingly cleaned up, in much better health, but still a little frail looking. But you almost didn't recognize him. He looks like a completely different person than the one you recognized from 3 days ago. Jarina.
Does he look older?
He still looks old as shit. Like he still looks old. But it's hard to determine the age. He doesn't look as old as you found him, because when you found him, it was just like a big ass beard coming down all the way down to his stomach, wild mane of hair. But now he looks like he's absolutely eaten. Still looks a little like the skin is still, like you can still see the bones very sharply against like his cheekbones and his face, but there's definitely color in his face now. He seems to be on the mend. But it's amazing in 3 days what he looks like. And
It's so good to see you.
He goes, no, thank you for accepting my invitation. I am so happy. I'm so happy to see all of you. It's good to see you. And he just kind of goes over to all of you and kind of grabs and shakes each of your hands. And then as he gets to you, Galen, and he grabs and he shakes your hand, his hand slightly goes through the illusion, and he kind of looks at you and he kind of winks, and then he kind of lets go of your hand. He goes, "No, I'm so thank you. So I wanted to make sure that you are very properly thanked for what you have done, and I wanted you to meet the rest of my family as well. Um, so this is a joyous occasion, and I am so happy that you could be here to so that we could all partake in this. So please follow me. Please follow me. And he kind of turns
Thank you for
around.
inviting us.
No, it's the least I can do. So, and he starts, with the cane, just starts slowly walking towards uh, the double doors he came out of, and he kind of, motions for all of you to follow. And as you all follow him into the double doors, that is where we're going to take our break. We will take a 15-minute break. We'll be back for the Von Scott dinner party. And we'll see what happens with the rest of our troop here, and what happens during dinner. All right, so stick with us, and we'll be back. we're back. So, last we left off, before the break, you were all being led into the dining hall by Bertrand von Scott.
Before, like as everybody's funneling in, Galen's got to quickly turn it off and turn it right back on again. Exactly how he did it like 15 minutes ago.
Make a perception check for me.
Okay, I'll look first. I'll look first before I.
No, you've already made the commitment. Make a perception check for me.
The face says it all.
Not really, but like, I was freaking out because he said you made the commitment. I'm like, oh shit. All right, but no, that's 21.
21? Okay. As you're being led in, you see 4 Crowns Guard, 2 on each side. I need you to make a sleight of hand check for me. I'm going to get my lucky dice.
Pray for me, people.
All right, what'd you get?
Same exact one, surprisingly. 16. I mean, not 16. That 16 is what I rolled. By everything added up is 21 again.
Okay. So you walk in, and as stealthily as you can, trying to hide behind Phoebe and Rowan, you kind of slink down a little bit, and just fades, and then comes back, and then you just and then you see the 4 Crowns Guard, and they're still just standing there. They don't seem to, as far as you know, don't seem to have noticed.
Okay, my butt cheeks are now hurting.
As you walk in, there is a very, very large round table with place settings. And already inside, at the seats, you see 2 individuals. You see an older woman. Almost, she seems to be similar in age to Bertrand. And then immediately sitting to her right, you see a man maybe in his mid to late 40s. She's wearing, her hair seems to be very, very well done. It's very, very, like, mostly gray with there's some streaks of white amongst the gray as well. But she seems to have a lot of hair, and it's just done very, very fancy and well. I don't know hairstyle, so I'm very sorry. I can't be more descriptive. But it's kind of up and kind of put together very like almost like old Victorian style type of hair dress. Also in a similar color dress as to Bertrand's waistcoat, like a dark maroon color with some silver highlights on it. The man sitting immediately to her right is wearing chainmail, a chainmail shirt, with it looks like the symbol of Arathis over the left like pectoral. His hair is jet black with some very light sprinklings of gray. cut close, very shorn, very very close on the sides, and just like a strip, almost like a strip of hair on the top, very close cut to his skull. No facial hair at all. Um, and as you all walk in, they both stand up, and Bertrand kind of motions for all of you to kind of like grab a seat. You at a quick count, it looks like maybe there's enough room for maybe a dozen people around the table. But he kind of motions, goes, "Please, please, take whatever seats you wish." And as I said, as you walked in, the two individuals stand up. He goes, "I would first like to introduce this is my family." He kind of walks over to the woman. And he goes, "This is you may not you may or may not believe this. This is my granddaughter. This is Joella Van Scott." And she kind of she looks to all of you, and she goes, "It is my pleasure to meet all of you. I cannot even begin to. There are no words to express my gratitude and that of my families that you have brought the Papa back to us. And to be very very honest, I never thought I would see him again." And she kind of looks at him. She kind of grabs his hand, and you're looking at both. They look to be about similar age. And she goes, "Even though the circumstances are odd to say the least, the fact that he is here with us is truly a blessing. So from the bottom of my heart, you have my thanks and that of my family. Oh, I'm sorry. This is my son." And she points to the as he stands. You can see very very tall, maybe 6.5 feet tall. And the man in the scale and the chainmail armor. This is my son. This is Johan Van Scott. And he got a very he kind of nods to all of you, and he goes, "From the Von Scott family, I would like to thank you all for bringing my great grandfather back to us. As my mother says, this is very strange, but he is family, and because of this is as again as she says, this is a blessing from Arathis that you were able to bring him back to us. And so you are welcome in our home. You are welcome to this wonderful dinner that we are about to partake in. And we thank you very, very much." And he kind of looks at his mother, and she kind of nods and winks at him. And she's like, "Yes, so my grandfather would like to before you have arrived a little early, so the feast is not completely done yet. So we will be serving some drinks, and grandfather would like to sit and talk with you a little bit before dinner is served, and we will give you that privacy, but we will be joining you again for the actual meal. So again, thank you."
Of course, thank you.
Thank you so much. And she just kind of you can see there's a little bit of her eyes are tearing up, just a little bit. She kind of squeezes her grandfather's hand, slightly, and she goes, "Grandfather," and he kind of kisses her on the cheek, and he goes, "Thank you. It's okay. Go. I will be fine." And Johan kind of pulls the chair out from behind his mother, and they walk out. As they walk out, two of the Crown's Guard follow them and walk out with them. Doors close, and Johann, you are now in the room with two. There's two other Crown's Guard, and Johann is sitting there. Bertrand is sitting there, and he kind of looks at the Crown's Guard. He goes, "I am perfectly fine. You may go." And the two Crown's Guard kind of nod. They turn and they leave the room, and the doors close behind. And as the doors close, he kind of looks at the door for a moment. The doors. He kind of waits for a moment, and he goes, "Well, what a strange journey we have all been on, yes?"
Yes.
Very much so.
Yes. So I wish to again. I wanted you to meet my family. It's not my whole family. There are many of us. Thankfully, we are still. I have learned is we are still a big family, but we are all over the empire. So this is just the von Scotts of Trostenwald. So there are others. Some are not here at the moment, but she is my granddaughter. She is the daughter of my eldest son. He is no longer with us, I have learned. But as you can see from her age, that is not unexpected.
Sorry for your loss, Bertrude.
I thank you. I thank you for that. This will take some getting used to. It is true. But
It must be amazing to see your legacy.
it is something else. A lot has changed. Joelle is bringing me up to speed. She's trying to her best to. Thankfully, there was a doctor out of Rexingtrum here visiting in Trostenwald when I arrived. So she had him caring for me. Very, very talented, personable man. He took very good care of me, and there was the interrogation, of course, to see if I was who I say I was, which is to be expected in situations like this. But once it was. Once it was determined that I am who I am, things happened very quickly. Very quickly. I expect it will take some time for me to grasp everything that has happened. So, but my immediate goals was to reconnect with family, but also thank all of you for bringing me back to them. So, this is what this evening is about. So again,
You're very welcome, Bertram.
Thank you. As he finishes saying that, the double doors open up, and a few servants come in with goblets and with wine, and they start pouring drinks for everyone. And they kind of leave. They leave the wine bottles on the table, and they kind of leave, and the doors close again. It's okay. So what shall we toast to, huh? There's so many things I am grateful for at the moment, but does anyone wish to make a toast?
Adventure and new friends.
Okay.
Toast for health.
He raises his glass. He goes, and to family and friends who are lost, but not forgotten.
Here, here.
And he takes a sip and goes, so, as I said, I wished for you to meet my family and to thank you properly. But I also must apologize.
What for?
Well, there are, as I have come to learn, there is a war currently happening between the Empire and the Kryn in Johas. And because of this, there have been, how you say, tensions are high. Yes? As you would expect with something like this. And while I have no doubts of your integrity, especially that one of your companions gave her life not only to rescue me, but to attempt to rescue others, you are all very honorable individuals in my estimation. But there are others who do not think as I do. And because of this, I hate to say this, but you must prove yourselves as friends to the Empire in order for us to continue our friendship. And as I said, it's not me who wishes for this, which is why I apologize. Am I being too cryptic for you?
I'm not understanding how we are supposed to prove that.
Might I ask who is requesting this of us?
Well, that's an easy question to answer, lass. And as you turn around to see where this voice is coming from, you actually see the lawmaster, the dwarven lawmaster, Norda, standing in the corner. Well, that would be me, because as I said, all of this is a little creepy for me, and there's a lot of things I don't understand. Now, I know Bertrand for years. I know it was him the minute I laid eyes on him. But there's still process and procedures that we have to go through. And I don't know any of you from a hole in the wall. And some of you, and she looks right at Galen, are a little jumpy for my tastes. So if you don't mind, and she stomps her boot down once, and there's this resounding boom. And as the boom happens, the double doors fly open, and a dozen Crownsguard come running into the room. Each of you get a Crownsguard standing behind your chairs directly. Galen, you get the rest. They are surrounding behind you.
Why do I don't know why, but I just imagine like that picture of like John Wick where he has all the guns pointed at him and he just has this straight face.
So what we're going to do, I'll tell you what's going to happen. And then Bertrand, he watches as he cracks down his cane onto the ground, and it makes this loud crack. And everybody goes silent. And he goes, "They are my guests. I will explain this to them, if you don't mind." And the lawmaster, she goes, all right, as long as we do what was discussed. And she kind of steps back slightly. And she's just, the whole time, Galen is just giving you the stink eye. Like, she's just staring daggers right at you. And so Bertrand says, "So I will continue. What I would like to do, and this will satisfy everyone in this room if we do this. I am going to ask one of my closest friends who is crazily still alive to come into this room. He is one of the senior members of the Church of Arathis. He will, at my asking, he is going to cast a spell which will allow all of you to only be able to tell the truth. You will be asked a series of questions. If you speak truthfully and honestly, then there will be no issues. And we will have a wonderful evening and continue with our dinner, and others will be satisfied. Now, I will ask that when this spell is cast, that you do not resist its effects. Should you resist its effects, unfortunately, you will be taken from my home, and you will be interrogated by the lawmaster in a less friendly environment. So, I beg of all of you to please permit me to do this for you. What say you?
It seems like we have no choice.
I certainly
nothing
have
to
no
hide.
choice.
Understood.
And you hear, oh no, there's lots of choices here. You can actually do what Bertrand said, or we could have a nice, lovely talk back at your jail. Those are your options. If you've got nothing to hide, everyone will be fine.
So be it.
All right then.
All right, send him in, please. One of the Crown's Guard steps out. About 20 minutes later, you're all sitting in very awkward silence for like 20 minutes. The Crown's Guard around you, Galen, look very nervous and ready to attack you at a moment's notice. Norda has pulled up a chair, sat in the chair, and is just staring right at you. After the 20 minutes goes by, the Crown's Guard comes back with a man that looks at least 20 years older than Bertrand. And he is just slowly shuffling in. Like he's not even lifting his feet. You can hear the shuffling of his feet against the stones. And he's wearing a blue and silver robe.
It's Merlin.
And his hair is white, kind of slicked back. It is pulled into a ponytail. He's got like a very, very white goatee, skin very, very wrinkled. Not he's not thin by any means, but you're surprised he's standing upright. He's just moving so slow. And then the Crown's Guard brings him over to Bertrand. He goes, Bertrand, it's so good to see you. And he goes, oh, Father Jameson, is so good to see you. Oh, so what's all the hurry? What do you require of me? Is it what we discussed earlier? He goes, yes, these, and he kind of motions to all of you. He goes, oh, all right. Very, very well, very well. And he kind of turns around and he kind of holds it very slowly with his shaking hands, just kind of like holds them out towards all of you. And you can watch as his hands are still shaking, there's a light glowing from his hands now. And now his eyes are slightly glowing. And then he seems to be muttering under his breath. And then immediately it ends. And you all can feel this effect fall over you. Is anyone going to resist the spell? Does anybody wish to do that? Okay. So as it finishes and you feel the spell, so the limitations, so you are now all under, except for Sora, of course, You are all under the spell Zone of Truth. It doesn't mean that any questions you're asked you have to answer, but anything that comes out of your mouth has to be the truth. So if you're asked a question and you don't want to answer it, you can keep quiet. But if you do answer, whatever you say will be the truth. Has to be the truth. Drina.
What if we technically answer the question truthfully but indirectly?
As long as it is truthful.
Understood.
Right. So he kind of looks to Birch and goes, "They, no one has resisted the effect of the spell. They are all under the effect." And Bertrand says, "Very well, thank you, my friend. Please go. They will have something for you in the kitchen." Oh, good. Thank you. And he slowly starts to shuffle away again. Oh, actually, hold on a second. Just want to double check something real quick. Make sure I'm doing this correctly. Okay. Yep, so he shuffles off. And Bertrand says, "Alright, very well. Now we will begin the questions. Yes. We're going to start with you." And he points to you, Galen. Because there seems to be a lot of drama concerning who you are. You might as well, because they all know what you are.
I then slowly take the hat off.
Yeah.
And then put it to the side.
Yeah, as you take the hat off, the illusion completely drops. There's no change from Norda, the Lawmaster, other than her face goes red. And flush. The Crown's Guard, you can see them actually. You can hear the leather of their gloves creaking as they grip their weapons harder. They're that close to you. He goes, "So, young man, are you here as a spy of the Kryn dynasty?"
No.
As you say that, Norda kind of looks a little confused. And then he kind of looks at you. "Are you here to spy for any individuals?"
No.
Norda just kind of she kind of looks at Bertrand. And she kind of looks at, now she looks really confused. And he goes, "So, are you from the Kryn dynasty?"
On the map, yes. But where I come from, the Kryn dynasty has no law there.
"So where are you from?"
Rothold.
Norda now, she's just completely, you can see confusion. She's just like, alright, she goes, "May I, Bertrand?" Please. So, let me ask you here. So, you say you're from Rothold.
Yes.
Oh, so you're a fucking thief too, right?
I could be, but I don't feel like thieving, especially with, and I point to the guards around me.
Oh, well, of course not, because you're being watched. Are you here to do any damage to anyone in the Empire?
No.
You want to rethink that answer? I'm asking as the DM to the player who's told me things.
Oh. How can I word this? Not to the Empire itself, no.
So you're here to. So what are you here to do? Why are you in the fucking Empire?
I cannot say.
Well, you need to fucking say because otherwise I'm gonna beat it out of you at some point. So now's the time to like spit it out. So like, why are you here? All right. So you're not here as a spy, which I'm very surprised by. But all right, we'll go with that. You're a fucking thief, but you don't feel like stealing. Uh, you're a fucking crick. You're not making much sense to me. Like, you're here for an obvious reason. And at this point, Bertrand goes, all right, look. I asked the questions that you wanted answered. He answered them. He answered them truthfully. And now you are digging. If you dig long enough on any person, you will probably find something that is unsavory about them at best. He, along with his companions, saved my life, attempted to save my son, and they had no reason to whatsoever. One of their friends died in the process of rescuing me and trying to rescue others. The questions have been asked and they have been answered truthfully. Unless you doubt Father Jameson. Nora kind of sits back and she goes, no, I don't doubt him. So, I will ask the other questions of the rest of them, and you will be satisfied, yes? She goes, fine. Yes. Alright, so, I will go to each of you. I will ask you all the same question that I asked your friend here. Are any of you spies for the Kryn dynasty?
No.
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 I don't believe so. No.
Bertrand looks at you
I also look at Squall like, what?
and he goes, what do you mean that you don't believe so?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm not a spy, but you know, maybe
So
I am. Maybe there's some secret implanted spell upon me that I'm not aware of.
he looks really confused at you. He goes, it is... Alright, so you, and now he's just focused on you. He goes, so where are you from?
I am from my notes. I am from
He has amnesia.
Roshana, right?
Rosanna. Yeah.
I'm from Roshana. Yeah.
He looks at you
I am.
and his eyebrows raise. And Norda's eyebrows raise. And she kind of looks at the guards behind Galen and she goes, as she points to you, and all but one guard leaves Galen and the rest of them surround you now. So you are saying you are from the Empire? From the dynasty.
Yes.
Are you here as a spy? I will ask again.
I am not.
Are you here to do harm to anyone in the Empire?
Nope.
Norda looks completely flustered. She is bright red. She's like, this is fucking unacceptable. You got a crick sitting right there. You got someone from the fucking capital of the dynasty sitting at your fucking table. And granted, okay, he's not a spy. Granted, he's from the fucking dynasty. We're at fucking war with them, Bertrand. Bertrand just kind of looks at you, Squall, and he kind of looks at Galen, and he goes, but the questions have been asked, and they have been answered, truthfully. Their honor is not in question for me. Clearly, I have missed a lot. Clearly, I do not understand these tensions between the Empire and the Dynasty. I know they have existed, even back in my time. But now that we are at war, I understand these are issues. But they have not done any harm to me. In the 3 days they have been in Trassenwald, they have done nothing untoward. Unless your men are incompetent and have not seen these these things that they have done. She goes, no, they're not incompetent. So very well. So what do you want? Do you want them to just throw them in the stockade? Do you want to just wait to see if you can dig something out of them through interrogation? That is not how I trained you. And she kind of looks at him. She goes, Bertrand, we are at fucking war with these people. He goes, no, we are at war with the dynasty. We are not at war with individuals. Individuals are not their governments. That is not justice. That is not what Erathis says. It is about what is in their hearts, and they have proven their hearts to me. Well, they haven't proven their hearts to me. So he kind of looks down for a moment. And he looks up. He goes, very well. At this very moment, these individuals are part of my household. As far as I'm concerned, they are part of the Van Scott family, and I am personally responsible for all of them. She kind of she goes, Bertrand, you can't do this. I can and I will. As the eldest Van Scott, the very eldest of Van Scott in the Empire, we are one of the oldest, if not the oldest family in Van India. Our honor is not as above reproach, is it not? She kind of nods. They are under my protection. They are under the protection of the Vanska family. And you know what this means. Now take your men and leave. She goes, Bertrand, I really think about what you're doing. I've thought about it. She says, it's only been 3 days. Yes, I am aware how many days it's been. I don't know how many days I have left. No one does. Except the gods. I know what they did. I know what they tried to do. I know what is in their hearts. She just kind of looks at him. Alright. Let's go. Everyone, out. Go. The Crown's Guard slowly start to leave. The 4 that are behind you, Squall, they're the last ones to leave. And the rest of them leave. She goes, Bertrand, I hope you're not making a mistake. And he looks at her and he kind of sighs. And he goes, neither do I. And she kind of looks at all of you, and she goes, "If you all fuck this up, I'll fucking kill all of you. Especially," and she points at you, Squall, and you, Galen. "You two will be first." She turns on her heel, walks out, and just slams the double doors behind her. Bertrand is kind of sitting there. He's just kind of shaking his head.
That was very kind of you. You didn't have to do that for us.
Well, I hope you understand what this means. If I am wrong about all of you, and kind of looks at you, Squall, and you, Galen, or either one of you, your fate is now mine. Do you understand?
Completely.
You're all still under the effect of the Zone of Truth, by the way. So, it lasts 10 minutes.
We have no intention of causing any problems while we're here. We came to drop you off, to bring you back to your family, to recoup ourselves from our ordeal, and then go on our way.
Well, you are now part of the Von Scott household. And that means something. So, but before we get into this, let's have a good meal, shall we? And he just grabs his wine glass and he just takes a big gulp.
Quick question.
Yep.
I follow.
I asked the man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I instantly does everybody in this entire building know what I am?
The servants do not know, so I've asked that you, can you put the disguise back on?
Mm-hmm. I put the hat back on.
This is my my daughter and my granddaughter and my great grandson. They know. They are there. I tell them. The lawmaster was made aware the second day during my interrogation. And she informs her crown's guard, and some strange little girl. Apparently, she visited the lawmaster, talking about you.
Apparently, there are ways to kind of see through it.
Oh, yes. I mean, obviously, these are magics that you are not familiar with, but yes, sometimes certain imperfections in your design of the illusion make people scrutinize, and if they pay too close attention, once they see that it is an illusion, all they can see is what is beneath, almost like seeing through frosted glass. Yes. So.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what it means that we are members of your family now. It's truly an honor. But are we allowed to leave the manor, or will we be arrested? I don't understand. Can we get our things?
He kind of chuckles. He goes, "Let us eat, and as we eat, I will explain."
Thank you.
So, now that the tension has eased somewhat, servants actually come in and start serving you food. His granddaughter and her son join you all and sit down. He whispers in his granddaughter's ear for a moment, and her eyes kind of widen for a second, and then she kind of nods, and then she leaves. Comes back after about 15 or 20 minutes, but you're all eating, and it is an amazing feast. Like, the food is, it's what you would expect from everything you've seen in this home so far.
But is there roast mastodon?
No, there is not.
Mm.
There is not, unfortunately. So
That's okay.
Um, so all this is going on, and you're being served, and there's ale and mead and beer for the drinks and wine. There's all types of foods and fruits and vegetables and breads. It's just whatever you with certain exceptions, there's a lot of great food here. There's something for everybody, even if it's not your favorite foods. Jarina?
Can I ask for some small bits of raw meat for Maya, please?
Okay. As you ask one of the servants, and they bring a small bowl with some like steak tartare. And very easily are able to feed her from that without issue. As you're eating, Bertrand begins to explain what it means to be part of the household. He says, so by being a part of the Von Scott household, no, young one, it does not mean that you must stay here within the manor and you are sequestered here. No, it does not mean this. What it means is that your actions will reflect upon the Von Scott family. What you do will reflect upon me and those of my family, no matter where you are within the Empire. But this also means that if you are in a place in the Empire where there's a Von Scott, you have a place to stay. You have resources, possibly, that you can partake in. And if you need help, and there's a Von Scott, they will help you. Before you leave Trostenwald, I will make sure that you are given letters of introduction to each of the members of the Von Scott in the different locations within the Empire that my granddaughter is aware of. And if you wish, and if you are willing to, I'm not asking you to become acolytes or worshippers of Erathis if you are not, if you follow your own gods. But I will ask that if you are willing to, whatever actions you take, make sure that justice is delivered in those actions and not through abhorrent violence. But if you can do that, I may be able to aid you financially as well.
This is not.
This is overwhelming.
The Empire, as in the Dwendalian Empire, I'm assuming.
He kind of laughs and goes, yeah, that is the empire that you are in right now. You do know this, yes?
It's been a while since I've looked at a proper map.
We're very aware of where we are.
He kind of chuckles a little bit. Goes, well, I don't have any maps. I can have some of my servants check the library, their library, but I don't think we have maps. They might be a bit outdated. But
It's quite all right. I think we have a lead on some.
This might seem a bit out of the blue, but do you know of any history regarding a noble family living in Rexingtrum?
You would probably have to visit Rexingtrum to find out. There are a number of noble families that live in the capital. I'm a little bit out of touch, so I would probably have to ask Joelle, and see if she is aware. But even if she is not aware, we do have Von Scots in Rexington who may be able to assist you with this if you make your way there.
All right then, thank you.
At this point, Joelle comes back, and she kind of overhears. She goes, yeah, yes. In Lexington, we have Rylan Von Scott. He is the head of the household in Lexington. If you, I'm having your papers prepared to carry with you as you travel through the Empire, so people will know. But these letters will also be letters of introduction to the Von Scott family. And I will ask if you make your way to Zadash, and she kind of starts rattling off a bunch of names. If you make your way to Zadash, Rexington, or Pride's Call, we have Von Scots there. I would like to update them about the return of Bert, of Pop-Up. I'm sorry, grandfather. And so I will have extra papers for you to take to them as an update. But only if you make your way there. I'm not asking you to go out of your way if that is not where you're going. But should you happen to make your way there, it would be wonderful if you could do this for us.
Of course. It's the least we could do.
So, and then Bertrand kind of looks over to Joel and goes, who is in Zadash now? And she kind of like smiles slightly, and she goes, your cousin Leopold. And he looks at her and goes, what, little Leo? He was, 2 years old last time? She goes, yeah. So she goes, yeah. Oh, okay, that's wonderful. She goes, what? He says, he does a little bit of the woohoo. And he looks at her and goes, what, magic? And she goes, yeah.
Spooky.
And he goes, so what does that mean? She goes, technically there's a Von Scott in Zadash. We'll leave it at that.
Oh.
And he just kind of looks at her and goes, no. I want to know, what does this mean? She goes, he kind of gets in trouble with certain individuals in Zadash because of the magics that he does. And he goes, what do you mean? So, no, nothing bad. He's just, you remember? And she starts racking her brain, and she goes, so you remember? So you remember Weatherby? And he goes, yeah, like that. And he goes, oh. And he goes, okay, all right. So yeah, if you make your way to Zadash, she goes, no, but he is very helpful. He will help you. He is very loyal to the family. Just if you make your way to Zadash, he can be very helpful to you.
This Leopold sounds interesting.
And she chuckles. She goes, that's a word for it. Yes, interesting. But no, don't get me wrong. He is what you call what is the word in common? Eccentric.
Ah.
Because he loves his magic. And because of this, he sometimes rubs people the wrong way. Um, his best way I could put it. You just have to meet him. He is a sweetheart once you get to know him.
So he is mischievous?
No, not mischievous. He's once he has a goal, he is very single-minded, and because of this, sometimes he does not bend the way others may want him to bend. And he is seen as prickly or narrow-minded, but he's just very focused. Never mischievous. Never mischievous. He's very he makes sure that his magic is used to help and not to harm.
I see.
And then at the whole time, Bertrand's just kind of looking at her, and he's just kind of smiling, and he goes, "Yeah, just like Weatherby. I remember." She goes, "Yeah, that's who he learned the magics from." Oh, now I understand. All right. So, all right, and he kind of looks at his, so. This is what it means to be part of the household. Very colorful individuals, as you will come to see. Ryland is now with the magic. She goes, no. He took the oath, and he's oh, I see. So that is good. And he kind of looks at her. So you should be very safe if you make it your way to Rexentrum. And you meet Ryland. He's taking the oath. So.
I don't understand what that means.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's a paladin of Erathis. So yes. So he is a protector. So you should be very safe with him. Be very once you make introductions. So and you have to
Good to know.
you have the proper paperwork for that. But yeah, the family is. Yeah, I mean, I remember when the family was. He kind of starts, kind of, floating a little bit and not really paying attention. He goes, "No, I'm sorry." So if you have the papers for you before you leave Trostenval, your all your costs have been taken care of by you here. So the inn, your boat, is
That's very kind.
it is the very least that I can do for what you have done.
Thank you for that generosity. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
It is nothing. So enjoy your food. I mean, there's more to discuss, but we will wait till after dinner. And you have an amazing meal, and you have wonderful conversation, and you find, like, after a few drinks, Joel's son actually kind of, like, he loosens up a little bit, and he's just like, he starts to, apparently he's training he's training to be a paladin as well. And he thinks he's very close. But you all have a wonderful evening, especially after that tense beginning to the evening. And at the end, as you're having nightcaps, Bertrand says, Joel's like, "All right, so I'm going to retire for the evening. It's lovely meeting you all. You are all very, very interesting peoples. Thank you so much for bringing my grandfather back to us."
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
She gets up. Her son gets up with her and escorts her out of the room. Bertrand kind of looks at all of you and says, "If you bring your glasses with you, I want to show you something." And he kind of gets up and leads you out of the room. As he leads you out, you don't see any Crownsguard. He leads you into another set of double doors. Um, and these, which are on the right side, it's almost like an antechamber that actually like it has a number of almost like deck furniture. Like there's some tables and seating outside, but it's separated from the actual like the grounds. You can actually see uh, almost like netting instead of windows. So you can actually kind of sit outside without sitting outside. He leads you through this antechamber, through another door, and actually takes you out into the grounds. And as he's taking you out through the grounds, there's an actual like blue floating light by one of the doors. And as he leaves, the light starts to slowly follow him. Um, and as you all begin to leave the door, a blue light appears and starts to follow each of you. So now the walkway that you're actually on is now very well lit. And you continue to walk, and the grounds are beautiful. They don't, and again, they're manicured, they're well taken care of, but there's no extravagance. It's almost like an enhancement of the natural beauty of the actual grounds. And you're walking for a good like 10-15 minutes, and during this whole time Bertrand's actually talking with all of you, and he's kind of telling you how like the grounds and the lands have been in his family for the last 200 years. They were one of the first families to move into Trostenwald before it was actually called Trostenwald. He doesn't remember what it was called prior, but he knows that his family, was here when it was, founded, when the empire itself was founded. Um, and he basically also explains that they've taken on the responsibility of not only following the tenets of the god Arathis, the bearer of justice, but also that they've taken upon themselves to help as many people as they can within Trostenwald, those who do need help, where they can. And this again, about 15-20 minutes of this, and he leads you to a section that is also it seems to be sectioned off by large hedges. And as he takes you past the hedges, you slowly begin to realize that he's taking you into a what looks like like almost like a graveyard. And as you walk in, you can actually see what look like two mausoleums, as well as plots. And as you get there, he kind of stops. He goes, "So this is the Von Scott, at least here in Trassenval, is a Von Scott family graveyard. In 2 days' time, I will be holding services for Edward. I would like to also offer the services for your friend as well. And at such time as you find your friend's family, I will make sure that her remains are respectfully taken to her family, so they may do what they will. But until such time, she will be placed within this cemetery with honor and with the rest of my family until that time, if you wish. If you have other plans, by no means do I wish to stop you from doing those whatever you plan. But if there is no plan, I wish to offer you this for your friend."
I believe we have a vague idea of where her family could be, so I look to Leia, Phoebe, Rowan. Do you guys think that it would be better to keep her here until we find her family?
Well, we have no means to keep her body with us for an extended period of time, so I think it would be best to keep her here.
Agreed.
It's an honorable gesture as well.
Then I believe we shall take you up on your offer, Bertrand.
Very well, very well. So Viva, I assume the remains are still in your boat.
Correct.
I will have someone gather the remains tomorrow, and in 2 days' time, I'll have someone bring you for the services for both Edward and your friend, and we will take it from there.
Thank
And
you.
the paperwork and everything should be prepared for you within that time.
Thank you again, Bertrand.
Thank you.
Yeah, as I said, it is the least I can do. I've missed so much and I've been gone so long. As it is the least I can do. And you, and he looks at you, Leah. He goes, I will say, your little friend is very, very well behaved for a creature of that type.
He's doing well tonight. I'm proud of him.
And he kind of looks at you, and then he looks at you and he taps his monocle. And he goes, trust me, the Von Scotts have been, if anything, a cautious people, a cautious family. We have many tricks to make sure that those are not others are not taking advantage of us or trying to do things to our family. So that's another thing you will learn about the family.
What are we talking about?
He looks at you, Leah. He goes, "They don't know."
Not yet.
All right, it is your friend. So I will. These are your friends. I will leave it to you to tell them. It's not my place.
I will introduce you later, Rome.
Only
And
her?
everyone else.
Okay.
And he kind of looks at you, Galen, and he's like, "And you, my friend, you need to be more careful and more cautious. I have no doubt that the Lawmaster will report that you exist, who you are, and that you are now part of my family. This by no means protects you in the way you think it might. You need to be very cautious and aware of your actions once you leave Trustnival. Some may look at the paperwork that I give you and ignore it. The paperwork I give you will be helpful once you make it to the cities that you will be going to. Outside of that, you are on your own, as the saying goes."
Is my presence and who exactly I am going to be known throughout the Empire, or just here?
Most likely. Once the Lawmaster's report is given in, all Lawmasters must report to the capital every month. They send in a report of what's gone on within the month. So I'm sure that your name and your description will be on the report. So I say you have about probably 2 months before the capital knows of your existence. Mail is pretty slow going. So you have some time, but I would not count on it too much.
Is there? This might seem weird, but is there a way to better disguise myself other than? And I just point to the hat. This thing.
There are other magics, but that is not my specialty, so I could not say. If Joel is correct, I would probably say Leopold is probably your best bet. But even with that, the Lawmaster's report is probably going to say that you are all traveling together, and have descriptions of all of you, especially you, and he points to you, Squall, as someone who is from the capital. So, and your people, and he kind of motions to like all of you. He says, are very rare people to begin with, so you'll probably be bringing attention to yourself regardless. So as I said to your friend here, you probably have about 2 months before the report gets in, unless the Lawmaster rushes the report. Given that we are in a time of war, I will say, watch your backs.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just because I am a loyal member of the Empire and from one of the oldest families in it, does not mean that everyone in the Empire sees with a clear eye about things that they should. I made that mistake with my son. He has paid for it. And I will not make that mistake again. But enough of this. Because, alright, so thank you for coming to my home. Again, I do apologize for the bumpy beginning of the dinner. But I think it all turned out well in the end. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I am bushed, as they say. So I've
Truly a kindness, Bertrude.
Yes. Thank you so much for everything.
You are very welcome.
You have a good evening.
Yeah, I will escort you out. And
Thank you.
And he leads you back through the grounds, back to the house. Opens up the doors and he says, all right, so you probably know your way back to the Nestled Nook Inn. You may have some Crown's Guard still following you while you're still here. Expect this. I'd be very surprised if that didn't happen. But someone will be to you, as I said, within a day or two, for the services, and I will see you then.
Bertrude, one more question, please.
Of course.
Would we be allowed to leave sooner than anticipated?
You know what? We will talk after the services.
Absolutely.
I will make some inquiries and I will let you know then.
Thank you again, please.
No,
Thank you.
He kind of waves his hand. It's nothing. It's nothing. All right. So have a good evening. Get back safely. Yeah, Phoebe.
I kind of fall behind a little bit and I get his attention real quick.
Yeah. He gets ready to turn and he kind of sees you and he stops. He goes, "Yeah."
I kind of look back to make sure that they're not overhearing. I pull out a little bag and I take out a signet ring.
Okay.
Do you recognize this family crest?
He kind of looks at it. I don't. It looks familiar. It's something out of Rexington. But I don't know for sure. Like I don't know which family it comes from. I'm sorry.
I had to be sure. Thank you.
Yeah. No, but you see here, and he kind of points to one of the designs. He goes, "Well, this is very much it's a design of the of Rexington. But the signet in the middle is I don't remember the family name. I'm sorry."
Well, I had to ask. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Do you want me to look into it for you?
If there's any way you can give me confidential information about it before I take my leave, I would greatly appreciate it.
I will see what I can do. Can you leave it with me?
Of course.
All right, so you hand it to him. He kind of puts it in his pocket. He
Um,
goes. He kind of
see-
pats the pocket, and he's like, "Don't worry. If I'll see what I can find out."
Alright. Thank you.
All right.
And then I take my leave.
Good
night.
night. Good night. And he kind of closes the door behind him. As you get down, you walk down towards the gate. There is a guard, not a Crown's guard, strangely enough, but there's what looks like a guard at the gate. Sees you all, kind of nods, opens the gate for all of you. Closed it, and you make your way back to the inn.
Where's my quarterstaff?
He hands it to you as you're leaving. And you all make your way back to the Nestled Nook Inn. There are Crown's Guard across the street waiting for you. There's 6. And
Leah waves to them.
yeah, they don't even acknowledge you. They're all staring at you, but they don't even nod or anything. They just kind of like you wave at them, and they just kind of keep staring. And as you make your way, they follow you about 40 feet behind you. Make your way back to the Nestled Nook Inn, and you make your way back to your rooms and get ready to figure out what your next steps and what your next move is. Is there anything you want to do before you bed down for the evening?
I'm gonna
Um,
have to show everybody Lucy, since they're also curious.
All right, so
We can
Alright.
clean in Lydia's room.
Before we turn in, I get Jarina's attention. Jarina. Can I speak to you in private?
Sure. Let's go to our room.
Alright, we go to the room.
all right. While you two just so everyone else knows, while you two are talking, the rest of you are slowly making your way to Leah's room. Sora, you actually do hear like the commotion of them kind of making their way into upstairs and into their respective rooms. They are loud. Jarina and Phoebe, go ahead.
So, you probably notice I hung back a bit to speak with him privately.
Yes, I kind of figured you wanted to ask some questions about what we talked about yesterday.
Yes, I can't trust the others with this information because I don't know exactly who to trust.
I understand.
Um,
Was he of any help?
he said he would look into what I asked, but I believe you deserve a little bit more explanation if we do intend on traveling together.
I appreciate that, honestly. I haven't really had any friends growing up, so it means a lot that you trust me.
Of course. So, you see, I may be from... I may be from the Western Winadir, but my birthright descends to a noble family in Rexington.
Oh.
So, the authorities have my father because of the noblemen looking to have me arrested. In order to save my father from a fate that should be mine, but otherwise illogically new, I must secure my birthright as the secret child of the noble family living at Rexington.
Okay. How can we prove this? How can I
Well-
be of help?
Well, as of right now, I had left my family's signet ring with Bertrand. He is going to look into some of the information because I do not know the family specifically. And I can't ask that many people. Otherwise, I risk exposing my identity.
I think it was wise for you to trust Bertrand, especially after everything he's been through and, us bringing him back to his family. I believe he will be honorable in your request.
You see, I would not have said anything at all if what he said about the Lord Master will do. Sending our identities up to the Empire. They could find me that way.
Well, no matter what happens, I believe, especially after what happened with Hope, that, the men I'm unsure of because they've pretty much stayed off to the side, but I do believe that they do have intentions of not screwing us over.
Oh, that's not what I'm concerned about. It's more of the noblemen after me.
No matter what happens, I believe that everybody else in the group especially will be able to help you stay safe. Well, as safe as we can. Obviously, we're not perfect.
Well, I certainly hope so. My faith is not exactly in the drunk monk at the moment.
There could be reasons behind his behavior.
Even so, I have to be careful.
Maybe it just takes some getting to know each and every one of us. Trusting each
Perhaps.
other.
But it's one of the reasons why I can't go northwestern. Because it's why I had to seek the help from the fixer. He's going to make sure my whereabouts are somewhere other than the northwestern district.
Understandable. We'll do our best.
Thank you.
I leave Maya in the room. Let's go to Leah's room and see what's going on over there.
Alright.
Okay. So you all make your way, other than Sora, make your way into Leah's room. It's not a very big room. Only fits two people mostly, but you all can kind of squeeze in somewhat comfortably.
I mean, at this point, I'm in my room. I'm just listening to the commotion and just,
Yeah.
So what's this creature you gotta show us?
Oh. Well, given the parameters of this evening's visit, I didn't want to go alone, and I thought that we should bring some backup since we couldn't have any weapons. I have a familiar spirit named Lucy, whom I conjured up before our dinner this evening. Lucy, will you come out and show yourself?
All right. And on the bed, you watch as it boop, just pops into existence. This little scaly green and yellow scaled creature, super tiny, maybe about yay big. Big black eyes, long ears, a mouthful of sharp teeth, very very sharp claws. It just pops up into existence, and it's just kind of like moving its eyes and just looking at all of you.
What the bloody hell is that?
My name's Lucy.
No.
Can I draw it?
I look at Rowan.
Of course you can, Rowan.
Does it look like?
Will
a
it stay
Lucy?
still for me?
Lucy will stay still for you, won't you, Lucy?
And it just, as you say that, it just stays stock still. Its eyes are the only things that are moving, but they're all completely black, so you can just see like the muscles of the eyes moving, but you're not sure who it's looking at when it moves its eyes.
What is it specifically?
It's really disturbing and creepy.
Well, Lucy is a familiar spirit who's here to help me. And by extension,
Uh-huh.
the rest of the group, as long as we're working together.
Is it an infernal?
I'm actually not sure. But Lucy listens very well and can be very useful to us in our future missions.
Rowan, make an Arcana check. Actually, no. You know what? It's not Arcana. It's going to be straight up intelligence. Jarina?
Does this creature feel natural?
You make a wisdom check for me. And it does have a long tail also, by the way.
All right, I've seen what it is. I know its name. I'm going to bed.
16.
And I just walked to bed.
Rowan, you said 16?
Mm-hmm.
You're not 100% familiar, like, what this creature is. It is definitely something demonic in its nature, possibly, but you're not 100% sure.
Is this thing gonna eat my face in my sleep?
No.
Galen has left the room and is now in bed.
Okay.
Sleeping.
All right.
I take out my sketch pad.
Yeah, it's
Start drawing.
still like super still.
I
Jarina?
got an 18 for my wisdom check.
It's weird. There's an unnatural feeling to it, as well as a natural feeling to it. It's a very conflicting feeling. It's very weird.
So it's basically your servant?
It looks like this, guys. Hold on.
Oh, that is creepy.
Black Butler.
That looks really gross.
I'm getting Black Butler vibes, except it's like gremlins.
Okay.
Thought you were
Well.
aiming for more of a Baby Yoda vibe.
No.
Ooh.
It's like if baby Yoda and you took Baby Yoda and Spike the Gremlin and kind of mashed them together. That's what you got.
With horns.
With horns and a
I was just
long
about to
ass
say,
tail
with horns.
and no white fur.
Creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna follow Galen and head to bed.
It doesn't move. It's just
Yep, I finished sketching it as quickly as I can. Thank you, Leah. Thank you for sharing this with us. Please make him invisible again.
Lucy, it's okay to move again.
Okay, Master.
Would you like to go invisible again?
Does Master want me to go invisible?
Yes, please. Rowan seems a little unsettled.
It just pops and just disappears.
Now I'm even more unsettled because I can't see where it is.
Make up your mind already, Rowan. Really.
I'm going to bed. Good night.
Good night.
Phoebe, I guess we should go to bed.
I pat him
too.
on the head and I leave.
Make a perception check for me.
I couldn't agree more, Jarina. Let's make haste.
Good night, Leah. Good night, Rowan.
Good night.
13.
13. Your hand just passes where you think his head is. He's no longer in the same position.
Move.
I wasn't going to hurt you. I was just going to pat you on the head. Like I do with puppy dogs.
No response.
If it's got teeth, it bites.
Well, I mean, you could say that about kittens, too. And they bite, but they're
true.
cute.
Alright, so now that most of your companions are completely freaked out by this invisible little creature that you have, and they're going to sleep, you all bed down for the evening. Some of you more concerned with your sleep than others, now that you're unsure where this invisible little weird creature currently is, as it's
I always lock the door.
not sure if your locked doors actually will stop this thing. That's where we're gonna stop for the evening.
Hope everybody sleeps
Okay.
well.
Nice.
Great game, guys.
Okay.
All right, good game, good game.
I'm still amazed
Alright.
that we have not wound up in jail yet.
Honestly, I
There's
have
still time.
There's still time, yeah.
A little
No, I
bit.
Yeah, I have expected either Galen or Squall to fuck it up for us.
Totally. Or, you know, all of us
I
being
have a
us.
question.
Well, Galen's the alcoholic. Just for the
But
And
you're,
you're the
mouthy.
airhead.
That's true. I am the airhead.
You're mouthy. So
Who apparently you just all found out is from the dynasty.
Yeah, like
and
okay.
I mean,
everybody's
I'm a dead
apparently okay
giveaway,
with that.
but- I'm a dead giveaway, but Squall not so much.
I mean,
Hmm.
I hate the war.
War has
We're,
Question for the DM.
we're all peace
Yes.
loving hippies.
Yes.
That elvish book that we found at that gnome guy's shop, was Phoebe able to translate it?
Remind me again what it was on?
It was that purple book about the Savalier Wood.
Yeah, you said I translated like half of it.
Yeah,
And
I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot to send it to you. I will send it to you. I'll send it to both of you tomorrow.
All right, yeah, no problem. I just wanted to ask to see. I know it was going to take a few days, so I thought
Yeah.
every day I would ask.
Okay. No, I'll send it. Yeah, she's translated like half of it so far. So you'll get half of the information, and then when she gets time to translate the rest, that'll be fine.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks.
No problem. All right, so great game, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for watching and supporting us as always. For our last session of 2020. So our
Even
first.
our D&D campaign survived. Just barely.
Yeah. So our first session back in the new year is going to be on January 7th. But as a reminder again, next Thursday, we will be streaming at the same time, 7:30 p.m., but we will actually be streaming Magic the Gathering. We'll be playing Magic the Gathering on this stream, and should be should be fun because we won't be playing people online. Yeah. It's always better when you're playing with
Hooray.
friends. Also, as a reminder, couple reminders. December 26th, which is this next Saturday, I will be streaming Old Man Plays Old Games at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. I am streaming currently Borderlands 2 DLC, Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep, which is the Dungeons and Dragons DLC. It's a lot of fun, so if you get a chance, check that out. Be ending the stream a little early because at 7 p.m. on our Discord, we will be watching The Big Lebowski. So please join us for that. That's going to be a lot of fun also. On the 27th, I will be doing Talking with the DM. I'm going to explain a little bit more about the Patreon that I talked about earlier today, but also talking about D&D, talking more D&D stuff. So come join us for that. Should be a lot of fun, especially since it's the holidays and most of us are locked down. It's always good to get together, have chats, interact, and communicate with each other. So thank you for watching again. Appreciate all of you and all the support that you're giving us. Happy holidays, whatever holiday you celebrate. Have an excellent one. Be safe, and if you're going to try and visit with family, try to do it safely via video or as safely as you possibly can. Don't want to keep spreading this crap around. We all want to get back to normal as soon as possible. So as always, be good to yourself, be good to others, take care of others, and more importantly, take care of yourself. All right, we're gonna end the stream, but as always, we're going to raid a friend of the show, and once we do that, that'll be it. So take care and thank you again. Have a happy whatever you celebrate. Take care.